Hello. So, since last time, when I got super salty at this game, which is definitely not going to happen again, since then I googled how to reduce input latency, and it was everything you would expect. So, previously, the game was running in full screen. Now it's borderless windowed. I'm still using high settings, but I went into the NVIDIA control panel and did two things. Number one, I got rid of VSync, so it's possible that you'll see a touch of screen tearing. I'm not sure. And second, I capped the maximum frame rate to be 58. The reason for 58, to my understanding, is that this engine might do some strange things when you, I don't know, are hovering around 60. I don't know whether that's true. But the recommendation I saw said just cap to 58, and that I think should keep it, comfortably below 60. Which, when you say it like that, it's like, yeah, no shit, 58 is less than 60. But in practice, that means that you'll hit 58 and maybe rarely 59, just because dealing with GPU communication is sort of based on vibes more than anything. Also yesterday, so I beat this boss, the Death Knight. And I didn't beat the big fire character. I beat the dark jail thing in the mausoleum. And I beat the big lion. I haven't beaten... Yeah, there I'm seeing some of the... Oh, wait, that's not screen tearing. It's just a distortion effect or something. Anyway, I did not beat Rolana. That's the big wall right now. So I am going to head over to the west if I can. Looks like I'm going to have to make a bit of a detour. And I want to get a map and just kind of explore more of this DLC. Because the thing about Rolana is even though it sounds like I can't really get any stronger against her, or not much stronger against her by myself, I can find more of those Scattertree blessings. I don't know how many more there are. There's probably a cap, kind of like the golden seeds, as to how much I can scale down the DLC. But that's, I think, the only avenue I have to make it easier. And I don't know how much that's going to help either. I mean, I've already put in like 6 of them or something, and it hasn't seemed to have made a huge amount of difference. At least it doesn't feel that way. I'm still getting bodied. Okay. If I could get down into the river, which obviously I can, that would be a good path forward. Maybe I aim for that. Or see, because I already went up this way and I didn't see. I might have missed a really obvious path there, but I feel like I want to get down into the river, and I recall seeing some stepping stones to get down there, but what's up here? Hi, Pixel. It certainly looks like there should be something more to the north there, but I felt like I was just up against a cliff face with that mausoleum thing. I've already been up there, and I've been over there too. Let me try this. I'm gonna head down here, see if I can't get... Wait, I've already been into the river though, because you have to come up and around, so... Let me go here quick and just head towards the front part of the bridge. Try that. As usual, audio will, or might, dip for just a moment if I alt-tab, which I don't intend to do frequently, but, from time to time. I'm going to go straight east. I want to see... just, I want to see what's up. I feel like most of this DLC has been me shoving my face into the meat grinder of these bosses. And I haven't spent very much time just exploring yet. Interesting. There's a whole battle over there. What the heck? Yeah, okay, see, and there's obviously no way down there from here. Who's coming at me? So it looks like the answer is to come down. Did I already go over there? I don't think so. So let me head down in that direction then. As usual in a big open world game like this, there's a lot of directions where I can explore. And I'm just trying to cover everything in a way that hopefully reduces the cognitive load. So I kind of try to clear out a lot of these side areas while I'm at them. Or near them. Also, while I'm exploring, I won't get quite so... Was there something in there? Not really. There usually isn't anything amazing at these little wayside camps. Big battle. Wonder what the lore is about these creatures. Oh, is this a mine? Ruined forge lava intake. Altar of the Forge cannot be far. So it's the Dark Souls 2 DLC. Oh, look at that lava. That's awesome. Oh, it's like lava bubbles too. Really beautiful orange glow from that too. I'm sure that's like baked lighting or just some, simpler approximation. It's not like doing ray tracing or anything, but that looks great. This is a developer message. Or like a tablet. Hit them where they're weakest. Okay. Which I'm going to guess is in the back. Oh. God, look how cool this enemy is. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, so that's doing, like, nothing, as you would expect, so run around the back. Whoa, okay. Oh. Where are they weakest? In their head, maybe? Jesus, these guys hit hard. Every single hit is doing like half my health bar. Okay, so that's delayed. 2. Trying to get around the... Okay, so he tracks you perfectly. I thought that because they said to track his weak point, that I might be able to, get around back more easily. That was 493 doing that. Okay, so it is doing more. And there's a little red glow when I do that too. So definitely that's the play. Nice. Oh, okay. Maybe there's a weak point there and I missed it. That was a new attack. He fell sideways. Why don't I just black flame this? I'll make it easier. Okay, it's getting... Maybe this is the result of my frame cap that I put in place, but it's like getting choppy on some of these. Sidefall? Yep. I don't know about that hitbox. Get out of here. Gas stone. What's a gas stone? Gas stone like in Band of Brothers? Block of stone infused with hot gas. Found in the ruined forges. Perhaps these were once used as fuel in the smithing process. Perhaps. Well, that took a lot of resources. Whoa, so weak. Normally slimes are... Does it, like, explode into a pool of lava? No? You may see some choppiness on stream. I'm experiencing that in game 2. I'm not sure if it's... Wary of up dog. I'm not sure if it's anything to do with the frame... Whoa! Anything to do with the settings I changed, or whether it's just this area being a little framey. I'm guessing the latter. So I just need to keep looking for slimes on the ceiling. I see a few of them there. This is a very pretty area. Another golem. All these smithing stones I'm probably never going to use. Although I did, I got a weapon yesterday that I wanted to try upgrading to plus 25 if I have the resources to do it. Let's take you out first. Good miss. That was so much faster than I thought, because he has another swing which looks about identical, so... Yeah, see that one. What's the difference? He has two things where he... Maybe he puts his hand on it on the other one? Trying to get a feel for this moveset. See, and I intentionally didn't attack there because he can turn and... slam you. Okay, this isn't too bad. Plus this should stagger him. And I see you there. Woo! Yeah, that's fair, Prof. I can show you where I am on the map just for... Well, actually, I won't even show you that for spoiler reasons. I'm not, like, super far or anything, but... completely understandable. I'm just gonna, like, Black Flame this guy just to get him out of the way. Get away from the large slime. Fair number of souls in this area. I've already gotten like 16k or something. Maybe 15k. Branching path is my favorite. That kind of looks more like a way forward, so let's head this way. First off, stealth, then critical hit. Crystal butthole. Begrudging +1. Okay, let's sneak. Okay, yeah, he puts both hands on, both hands on his club there. Okay, I like these enemies now that I understand them a little better. I'm not good at fighting them, but I like them. Woo! And I have 2 flasks left. Interesting that the developers opted to leave an explicit message for that. This game just offers so little guidance. I did beat the line, yes. It took me, after the first stream of the DLC where I reached the line, it took 2 hours the next time, so it was a lot of attempts. And then I eventually made it to another major boss that I won't say the name of just in case you're concerned about spoilers. It's a character with some swords. And that character made me very, very angry, and I did not beat them. And so, after not beating them, I went and found a mausoleum and killed a boss there, which I liked quite a bit. And then, I pretty much ended the stream from there. That was dumb of me. So at this point, I'm trying to just explore more of the world, kind of treat it a little more like maybe Limgrave, for example. Smith Script Dagger. Okay, so these guys really aren't bad. I was just playing them poorly. Definitely an illusory wall, right? Didn't expect ranged... Oh, with the javelin things. That looks suspiciously like something that matters. Like maybe I have to shoot it with a fire arrow to start it or something? Because there's obviously more to do. And also there would be precedent because you do have to shoot the big hanging pots in the areas with the big chariots in the base game. That's probably, I'm probably overthinking it. The only reason I thought that, apart from it looking vaguely maybe like an engine filled with something combustible, is that this area is called a forge, and there's been a line or two about, you know, starting the forge, basically. But the game didn't give me fire arrows, so probably not that. You forgot to give me the orange chartering, though. How much damage could this really do? Okay. Okay, quite a lot. Because there's an area in the base game that you can run through the fire, and it doesn't do an enormous amount either. But that looks like quite a lot. I touched that for a nanosecond. Okay, well, let me see if there's another path to take. Strong possibility I'm just missing something. So I already came over here. Oh, it's like an anvil. Oh, also, these... So I already have these Smith script dagger. Dagger engraved with a Smith script. What is a Smith script? Is that a real word? Reduced mass enhances the effects of the smithing arts, allowing this weapon to function as a throwing dagger for all attacks. Once thrown, the dagger instantly reappears in the wielder's hand. That's interesting. That sounds like it could be a replacement for... right now I've been using the bow on occasion. Let's try this. Oh. Maybe not. That was cool, but it used FP. So let's go back to the bow. I don't remember what bow I was using. I think just like a basic longbow of some description. Yep. Harp bow. I'm not using it for damage anyway, so whatever. Just basic arrows, that's fine. Okay, so I see the ladder up there. I can head down, but where do I even go from there, apart from, you know, across the whole thing? And I don't immediately see another alcove that I can reach either. Although probably there's one over there. I seriously doubt this would work, but I just gotta try. Also, how do you... I don't remember how to... I'm trying to figure out how to aim down sights. There's like a way to do it, isn't there? There we go. I missed. Okay, well, I didn't really expect that to work, but, you know, had to try. And what if it had worked? How cool would that be? Yeah, sounds good, Prof. Enjoy the game. Okay, well, I could try just running through the goop, just see how much damage it actually does. Oh, this is a reference to the chariot. Let me try this, and let me put on the thing that significantly reduces fire negation. I say as I have like no healing. This is gonna kill me, but whatever. I haven't done all that much in here. And if I lose these souls, then whatever. Okay, well, fuck me then, I guess. I've determined that there's nothing over here. So why would it let me do that? It would let me do that because it's a way out. Okay, so I read that backwards. That wasn't the intended path forward. That's a way back out. Okay, well, science was done. Seems like I'm going to be able to get on that at some point. So I don't need to go fight the big guy again just to save myself some time. I hope my souls aren't out in the lava, but even if they are, pretty easy to get. It's interesting that they did opt to make fire, like lava, so much less dangerous. Like, it's still pretty dangerous. But, you know, compare that to Dark Souls 1, where you'll just get eviscerated in lava, and so you need the orange charred ring. Did I not? No, no, I did come down here. I just missed one of these corners. Okay. I guess these forges are this game's version of the mines. I'm just gonna run past this guy. I'll kill you because you're fast. Fun enemy, but I'd rather continue my exploration. Did put them out there. All right, here we go. Take a relaxing stroll through the molten lava. That's worth it for 136 big ones. I could also consider taking off this helmet, this hat I'm wearing. Like, I haven't forgotten that it reduces my Estus. I just don't care because it looks really cool. Okay, I don't want to fight you right now. You're very big. And I'm very small. Okay, so how do I get up? How do I get up? How far do you follow me? That's where I got the dagger. Was there anything else up here? Again, if you're seeing stutters, it's the game itself. It isn't the stream, or at least isn't exclusively the stream. But still worth it. I've never cared all that much about like screen tearing. Like, obviously, all things equal, I'd prefer to not get screen tearing and not have little frame rate hiccups. But a frame rate hiccup, like minor stalls, are still a big problem, but they're not as bad as a frame rate that is broadly more inconsistent. And then screen tearing, I guess maybe I'm lucky that I just kind of don't care all that much at all. Just like I really don't care much about resolution either, which is partly because I'm playing on a 1080p monitor and not like a 4K monitor. But even so, it's something I see brought up in like Digital Foundry videos, and rightly so. You know, if a game has like very poor this is pretty cool. Has very poor resolution, or resolution that like scales poorly. It's just never been all that important to me. In fact, often I think that like aliasing on edges, which is not the same as resolution, but it's related. Often I find that like aliasing can, with the right art style, often make a game look better, in my opinion. Okay, so there's obviously that, but then there's obviously this, too. Oh, this is the beginning. Whoops, okay. I tend to think about resolution when it comes to a game's performance too, because lowering resolution is, you know, always going to be a surefire way to up your performance by at least a little. Whether it's enough to offset other problems is going to be on a per game basis. But like, given that I don't really care all that much about resolution, I tend to think like, man, so many big AAA games come out and struggle with frame pacing and performance, and it's like, if you just were willing to give up like 10 or 20% in some of these other areas, I feel like you could hit your performance targets a lot more easily. But I'm saying that for me. I understand that their broader audience does care about resolution a lot more than I do. I guess I'm just musing more than anything. By the way, this game has excellent coyote frames, meaning that you can jump like a few frames after your character has technically left a surface. Makes the platforming way, way, way better in every game. That's cool. Coyote frames are one of the, if I were to write a rule book on platformers, one of them is you must have coyote frames. You simply must. I found the altar. Oh. And I got an ancient dragon. That's a plus 25 thing. Anvil hammer. I have 6 of these? Holy guacamole. Okay. One of the treasures of the ruined forges, a tremendous hammer that incorporates as its head the red-hot anvil of the forge. It is said that the anvil's shape is inspired by that of an altar, and that long ago it was indeed used as such in rite and ritual. Unique skill, smithing arts spears. Slam the red-hot anvil into the ground, sending up countless spears as it is pulled out. The spears disappear instantly. I don't really like using colossal weapons, but that's awesome. I like favorite weapons. There we go. So I can get out of here. I'm a little surprised if there isn't a boss in here. Like now that I've, you know, put out the flame. Maybe I go back to the beginning and then look around. I can jump over there, but there doesn't seem to be like a path or anything. I can't go inside the tube and do anything useful. I don't see like a secret path around the side of this. Maybe there just is no boss in this area. There doesn't have to be a boss, and I'm fine if there isn't. It's just normally there are bosses in these. Or at least in like the mausoleums and caves. But I mean, there's not much to this area. Maybe this guy talking here is a hint that that's the end, is just... I wonder if you could make that jump. I'm not going to try it because dead. I'm just going to bail. If there's a boss in here and I missed it, then so be it. Maybe I'll watch someone else find it and come back later. When did I get this? Oh, that reminds me. I got another key, the storeroom key, that I don't think I ever used this. Opens the door to the storeroom, so that's something I could go look at. Go back to Ballarat, see if I can find the second floor. Here's what I want to do. I've already looked at the boss weapons of some of these, and I'm not gonna make the boss weapon, I think, so I'm just gonna use it. I don't know if this is worth it, but I'm just gonna use these. Grab a bunch of money and take a level up. I don't know how much level ups matter because this DLC scales with you, but so be it. I guess I keep pumping health. Like, it's an incremental benefit, but it's still a benefit. I want to go find where that storeroom key is just because it's on my mind right now. So where's this Belarus castle, Ballarat Tower? I want to go find the second floor and find a storeroom that I couldn't open. Because I definitely think I didn't do that. And if I did, then whatever, I'll make the rounds and... it did say second floor, right? Used to open the storeroom on the second floor of Ballarat. What floor am I on now? It's a bunch of staircases. I'm not sure what counts as a floor. So this is one of the shortcuts I opened up. Going down there is definitely not where the second floor is. I'm going to use my intuition to determine that. This, I believe, was another shortcut that brought me back to the boss, probably. Let's just do this. It also might be that I could maybe head back down rather than work my way forward again. I see an item over there. That might be a hint. That's something I couldn't get to, but I might be able to drop down from above. Let me... The hard part for me here is, like, I didn't actually find a door. Because I found the locked door in the sewer area or whatever before I got there. I'm three-shotting these now. Don't knock me off, please. Jesus Christ. I'm getting wrecked by these birds. I wanted to look over here. It kind of looked like there might be something down there. And the answer is there is, but I've just already been there, so... I'm going to assume that the storeroom is over in this direction. And again, with that item down there, I need to be able to find a way down. Are you going to throw something? Where... I don't want to fight you again. You're really mean. Oh, here you go. This looks like something. It's not. It's nothing. Where's the drop down to get there, I wonder? Alright, let's go, big boy. Oh, stamina. Right. I might actually be doing significantly more damage. The game wasn't patched, was it? I ask as if I can't just go check that information. I feel like I'm definitely doing a lot more damage. I recall dropping down here, and there's a ladder anyway. So this isn't what I'm looking for. Or at least, I don't think it's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to find a way to drop down. Is there an opening on the side of one of these? I don't think I can fit through this passage. Nope. There's this, but that's... I want to get over there. See, and I see an opening, but there's no way to drop through. Maybe I could, like, jump on top? But the game normally doesn't make you do... I see a doorway through there, so maybe I don't drop straight down. Is it here? No. Somewhere there's going to be some kind of... I guess maybe it's the storeroom that eventually brings me to where I'm trying to get to. How hard could it be to find one storeroom key? Oh, it didn't stagger. Why is this not staggering? That was like 3 jump attacks. I don't know why I'm taking so much damage. Whoops. Can't make that jump. That's the old path, so that's not useful. I see that someone jumped down there. That's fun, but that's not useful for me. Maybe it's in here? How much did I explore this area? I've definitely been down through there too. I feel like I'm getting farther away from where I would have expected the storeroom to be. I hit the wall. Can you get staggered, please? A lot of poise on those enemies. Oh, wait. Of course the audio isn't pausing. I'm borderless windowed now. I was just thinking, like, why is the audio not pausing when I'm alt-tabbing? It's like, oh, because I actually changed a setting correctly. Yeah, and this is where the big boss is, so... I don't want to rest up because I've killed a bunch of enemies now. Let me look through here then, because obviously I beat this character. And then the Site of Grace thing is sending me this way, and I went, where did this take me? I don't remember where this took me, so let me check. Oh, right. Okay, now I remember. It brought me to the shadow area that I can't do anything with. Okay. I'm intentionally not fast traveling because I don't want the enemies to respawn. And I know I have another place to search to try to find that storeroom. It is interesting that this is the first major boss that I found. You know, there's a lot of directions you can go, but the rest of this area hasn't felt like... I haven't felt woefully underpowered or anything, any more than I do broadly in the DLC. And that boss was very difficult, but probably easier to handle than Rolana so far. Because at least the lion has some predictable patterns that you can get good at. This just brings me to the poison swamp, I think. This is not where I want to be. Yeah, I don't think that's where I want to be. Maybe getting here early-ish is sort of an inversion where in the base game it takes you forever to get to the Erd Tree and then it says, nope, actually go to the mountains. In this game, maybe it's like, hey, here's the equivalent of the Erd Tree barrier that you can't get past. And we're just going to present it relatively early. Is this an illusory wall, maybe? No. Okay, let's go look down there then. I've already been through this area too. But where the heck is the storeroom? It's stuck. What am I? Oh my god. I thought there was another enemy. It was just my big, massive head. Okay, let's go take you out before you kill me, probably. God damn it, I didn't know that you were here. That's all my healing. Pretty lucky, honestly. I don't feel like I played that super well. But a win's a win. Where is the storeroom? Have I been here? Yes, I have, because this is where these two... Okay, and then I can run along the rooftops, and I've already done that too. Like, I like to think I explored reasonably thoroughly. There's that. Where in the hell is the storeroom? This kind of looks like a storeroom, right? Like, something that might have another door inside of it. Hi, Pixel. This feels like first floor storeroom. I don't want to fight more. I don't want to fight more of you. I want to find the storeroom. And before I went like every single place except the right way. Is this the storeroom? Where is the storeroom? This doesn't feel like second floor, right? I'm not finding anything that could be construed to be a storeroom anywhere. But it's definitely in here, so what the heck? This, I believe, was the beginning, where I came in here. Yeah, with the big Scorpos. You can't get through there, right? Right. What? Oh, I pulled the wrong thing? Thought I just pulled this. If I can't find this in a little while, I'll just, you know, give up and go somewhere else. I don't want to spend an enormous amount of time doing this, but I do want to find it. Yeah, so this is where I started before. I didn't go this way again. Okay. Rude bug. Pay for your sins. Oh. Stop buzzing around. Oh no. Mini Scorps. My nemesis. Oh, ho, ho, ho. This looks like it could be what I missed. Wow. Okay, I'm glad I came back here. I abandoned here my arm sinistral. So this is like different parts of Mikola that have been like strewn about the realm of shadow. Also, I mean, finding these cross things is kind of seemingly a big deal. There's a character who wants to know about them. Hey, I found it. Dried bouquet. Raises attack power when... Interesting. A giant bouquet of dried flowers offered to a small grave. Raises attack power when a spirit you have summoned dies. The sorrow that flows from the untimely demise of a loved one is a tenderness shared by all regardless of birthplace. So this is... I'm glad I came back here. This is not the second floor storeroom, though. I don't think it's going to be like through the swamp. I feel like that would be called like Swamp Key or something. Getting a Scatter Tree Blessing is still a really big deal. Although I think I need 2 or maybe even 3 of them to level down the world again. Look at these big things. Glad I don't have to fight them. They sound way worse to fight. Still no door. That's basically the other side of the swamp. Let me go through here this time. And take out the mini Scorps. Oh, this is just Scorp Rune. Ugh, that sound effect of them all dying. Yeah, there's definitely no openable door in here, right? Yeah. Where the hell is this door? And it's concerning to me because I haven't even ever seen it. So it must be in some path that I missed. I've been to the other side of that too. There's no door in here. I'm stuck on their corpses. Yeah, and there's nothing over here. This is the same area I've already been to. I guess I could aim to go get my souls and then just go from there, I guess? Like, I'm just not finding anything. Was there a locked door in here? Because this is where the big NPC was, but I didn't find a locked door in here either. I found a little goodie up here. I guess I'll make a sweep just to check. It's probably in a really obvious spot and just I happen to have missed it. Is probably what's happening. It could also be that I've like already opened it and didn't realize. That's probably what it is. Okay, I'm gonna go get my money and then bail. Maybe I've already found it. I mean, I'm glad I came back regardless. I found that extra blessing and stuff, but... It didn't pick them up. It didn't pick them up. Okay. Okay, it didn't pick them up. I was spamming Y. It didn't pick them up. I'm topping off on health. I'm not risking this. I don't even have that many souls, but... There we go. So now, one last kind of sweep to see if there's a door, but I've already been through here, so there isn't. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm done with you shadow monsters. I want nothing to do with you anymore. Literally one last check. There was something kind of up here to the right. It'll bother me if I don't check it. No, this is the sewer one. Okay. Get me the heck out of here. I don't know where the storeroom is. Maybe I already opened it. Okay, so now after all that, there's more to explore outside the forge if I go in a different direction. I really want to get that map too, but I didn't immediately see a way to get out of the catacombs and do anything over here. It kind of seemed like a closed area where I'd have to walk up the river. Let me go verify that before I go explore a new direction. Also, I'll be back just a moment. There's the possibility of another tornado warning here in Madison. Not for a while. It'll be tonight, but I wanted to make sure my phone was all charged up and everything, and that I have it in view so that I'll see any warnings that pop up. It's been really annoying for tornadoes. Like normally, you know, there's like a tornado watch, maybe like 1 or 2 a year. And this year I've already gotten like 2 tornado warnings, not just a watch, and I've had to go and head down to the basement. One of them was really scary. It was actually like, I'm no meteorologist, but the tornado felt really damn close. Also, one sec, I'm curious as well. I'm gonna Google real quick and see if there was a Elden Ring patch notes. I don't think there's like a patch today. Yeah, no, the last patch was, I think, like 4 or 5 days ago. Let's just assume there wasn't a patch. So here I am. I would like to go over to the west and find a map. But excuse me, bear. Yep, someone else looking for the map. Now, the other thing that I'm thinking here... Oh, right. To get out of the poison. The other thing I'm thinking here is that I got that note earlier about a spirit spring that is like closed off and you have to break a clump of rocks to open it up, and I haven't found where that is. The note area for that was way down here, so I don't know how close it might be. I feel like generally the subject of a note will be relatively close by for the obvious reason that you want people to be able to keep that information in their working memory. And there's another map off to the right too. Let me do this and see if I can't go north. It kind of looked on the map, as undetailed as it is, that there might be a way forward. Forward meaning up, meaning north. I'm not doing... Oh, there is. I just have to beat the boss. Okay, never mind. That's never going to happen, so... I guess let's head back down here and go a different direction. I feel like the base game was a little more open, and I'm not stating that as being better or worse, just to observe. That so far I'm finding a lot of these paths to be surprisingly not leading anywhere. And there's always the possibility that I'm just sort of being dumb and missing something, but... Like, I'd love to be able to jump down on those rocks, which maybe you could do, but that seems like a recipe for death. So try that. There was one place earlier I saw those stepping stone gravestones sticking out of the wall. But that place is not here. Alright, let's head over in this direction. Maybe this eventually gets me down to the river somehow. Are you dead? Kind of. Whole roaming bands of baddies. Oh, we found some flowers. And some rats. Where the heck is this little sneaky passage? Festive grease, what the heck? Coats armament, granting wielder trace amounts of runes on landing. Whoa. Solidified knot grease made from a mixture of bone shards. Craftable item. Okay. Coats armament, imparting a festive incantation that grants the wielder a scant few runes on landing attacks. The effect lasts only for a short time. The delightful festival is an old tradition, one old enough for the Erd tree to tacitly tolerate its endurance. That's pretty cool. In short, jumping off is what I would have expected that message to say. You get to live today, flower. Where the heck am I? Let's take out the little guys first. These guys aren't that dangerous, but I figure why not just make it easy. Oh, so there's a little rat. Okay, you know what? Okay. Oh, this is just a straight up poison swamp. Okay, never mind. I don't care about killing that guy enough. I've killed many of those flowers in the base game. If it was a new enemy, I would kill it. Well, here's this thing that I found. But not quite. So this is obviously what that note was referring to. Where is the stack of stones that will activate it? I don't know how well hidden it might be. Or how far away it might be. You would expect it to be reasonably close. Or for there to be 50 notes telling you where it is. And that'll get me up there, I suppose. Huh. Is there a site of grace here at the shack? Elder's Hovel. What is this? Talisman of the Dread. It's like a dragon. Talisman depicting the dread dragon of the jagged peak. Ho ho ho. Whose roars cause the peak's molten fury to boil and churn, raises potency of magma. Baal was the foul dragon's name, a terrible harbinger of destruction, whose challenge to the ancient dragon lord ended in grievous mutual injury. Badass. Okay, so I made it to the shack, Elder's Hovel. Sometimes there are sites of grace at these shacks, but clearly not today. Sorry, I had to mess with my phone there for a second. So then the next major question, where the heck is this stone thing I'm looking for? Because I don't see anything else over here. Hey, I found it. What did these notes say? That's neat. Little puzzle. I've been known to be a fan of puzzles in my time. Whee! Now that's a jump. I'm guessing they'll do that mechanic again. What in the world? The uppies are insane. Still no idea how to get to either of those two maps up there, but Fort of Reprimand? Okay. And I see a whole, I don't know if that's a whole like path in that direction, but I can certainly... Who's walking around? You know what, before I do this, I want to check over the edge here. Because this is an area that I could have dropped to anyway. Oh, really? That was enough to kill me? Straight up? Okay. That didn't look that far. The way this game handles fall damage is bizarre, by the way. Illusory Wall, I think it was, put out a good video on it. It's, basically, it's nonsense. It's like most of the fall distance you take no damage. And then there's a small window where you'll take anywhere from 0 up to 50% health. There we go. And then after that you just die. So like that fall right there was actually very close to killing me. Even though it didn't look like it. Ooh, what is a Blessing of America? Completely restores HP and heals all status ailments. All ailments. A special physic blessing by America, the Queen of the Earth Tree. America once created several of these physics for Mesmer's sake, but never again. Don't say. I've been hearing a lot about this Mesmer character. Okay, so I see you over there. I see nothing over here. What are you doing here? You belong in, Lucaria. I didn't know how long that would last. I don't know if this is a new attack set or the same attack set, but I don't recall it moving that fast or like rolling around so much. Come at me. Oh my god. Stuck? Spinaroo. What a cool moveset on these characters, though. I feel like you still just kind of hide from them, but... I like these enemies a lot. They're so creepy. Also, in the base game, you can get picked up by one of these things. In the, like, a ground area down at the bottom of Lucaria, and it brings you all the way to a whole different area. Ah, crap. Mistimed it. I don't think this will kill me. Yep. I don't recall them moving towards you while spinning before. I mean, it's been a minute since I played this game, so I might just be totally wrong. I also don't remember the secondary follow-up of that. Okay, just run. Just run. I'm getting wrecked by this guy. Yeah, the problem is, like, those just come so fast, you basically can't dodge them. Good. Black Flame, very effective against these enemies. I don't know if they're, like, weak to it or something, but... Oh, you can kind of get on the inside of that. That's cool. I don't want to fight you. You're scary. Oh, that hits you twice. All my heals are almost gone. What's this now? Okay, so that's interesting. I finally found the front of the castle. So it looks like there were two ways to get into this castle. Either from the Spirit Spring way, or maybe that gets me to like another corner of it or something. Obviously, I'm going to go into the castle, but I want to see what's over here. I want to see what... Look at that place, though. What? Oh, a ghost flame dragon? Look at this. It's like right out of Skyrim. Oh my god, there's like 100 people fighting it. This is awesome. Look at how cool this thing is. What the heck? Uh-oh. Oh, I thought it was gonna hop up and breathe fire. Okay, no, I'm on your side, all of you enemies. This is really cool. I need to keep moving because there's all these fodder enemies, and I don't necessarily want the fodder enemies to all die either, because they'll help me kill the boss. But they're doing so little that maybe it doesn't matter all that much in comparison to how much they'll hurt me. Jesus, why does every enemy in this game have a 100-piece combo meal? Oh my god, I'm gonna die to these guys and not the boss. Well, I tell you what, I could fight things pretty easily too if I had poise. I have 0 poise, and every single other character has... Did you really? Okay, so my New Game Plus is contributing to how difficult it is then. Which, obviously it is, but... I've said this before, I'll say it again. I hope that other people's playthroughs aren't quite this brutal. Because it's pretty brutal. See, I want to leave all these people alive. Oh, I'm bad. Or at least a lot of them alive. Repeating crossbow. Okay, but if you're going to shoot at me, then I'm going to obviously go and just kill you. Let me go kill the archer. Oh, my stamina. Yeah, see, that was my experience. Is like, by the time you have a fully upgraded weapon and everything, the base game really isn't bad. Oh my god, my stamina. Which also makes sense, because to get to this DLC, I had to play through a bunch of New Game Plus. Right, including, like, killing Moog and killing Radon. Like, I first tried Radon, which, I mean... I already know these bosses really well, so that's not the same as, like, first trying a new DLC boss, of course. But in terms of, like, the damage I deal and stuff, it really wasn't hard at all. Even Moog, like, it took me, like, maybe 7 or 8 tries because I hadn't fought him in a while. But, like, he really wasn't bad. These guys are doing, like, negligible damage to the boss, so maybe just take him out. This might be the sort of encounter where you kind of just have to flail and eventually win. Which it's not looking like is going to happen right now. Been a while since I fought dragons too. I have to remember how it's done. Man, those wing sweeps though. Get me out of here. So many perfumers. I have no shame. I'm going to use the enemies to my advantage. Also, Meow, I turned off VSync in my NVIDIA control panel and set the max FPS to 58. And I think it's hard to say for certain, but it certainly feels like it improved the input latency a noticeable amount, which, you know, you'd hope it would, particularly with turning off VSync. It's wild that this game forces a VSync on with no option to turn it off. That's wild. I'm wild. I'm going to leave that guy alive and just go into this tower. Also, actually, I want to check something real quick. Yeah, I need another scatter tree blessing. I did a little bit of Googling on it just because I got so salty yesterday, and the consensus that I saw from a number of sources is that the DLC is overtuned. I even saw that Miyazaki himself, I didn't see the full context of this, so maybe there's more subtlety to this, but I had seen that Miyazaki basically said, yeah, the DLC is too hard, but I think you can handle it. But yeah, I saw a lot of people saying that the level scaling, pretty much exactly like I said, makes it that you can't really make yourself stronger. Like, you can a little, but mostly your strength increases are going to come from using those scatter tree blessings, and otherwise you just get fucking bodied, and there's not a lot that you can do about it. I want to get my souls. Let me go grab those and come back. Again, I haven't watched anyone else for obvious spoiler reasons, but I'm very, very curious what their experiences have been like. I didn't even intend to do this DLC in New Game Plus. I had just forgotten that I New Game Plus my main character, and I'm not going to go and create a new character. It is too hard in spots, or rather, given that they do level scaling, it is too hard. Maybe that won't be the case for all the bosses, but so far it certainly has been. Well, you have to. Hey, I remember you. It's something like Donkey talks about in one of his videos. It's like in his game on or video on. I'm gonna restart that whole sentence. That was a train wreck. In Donkey's video on video game difficulty, or one of his videos on it, I think he has two, he mentions how when a game is sort of unbalanced and unfair, that the players will start pushing back. They'll find exploits and cheese strategies and stuff. Which is completely accurate, because it's like, yeah, if you're going to be unfair, if you're not going to give me the tools to empower my character to make this more manageable, which that seems to be the case because of level scaling, then, you know, this is going to sound melodramatic, but just to express it clearly, for me it feels like it sort of breaks the implied contract that I've had with the game, and the contract that the game has been using for a number of Souls games, which is, you know, the game's going to be really hard, but then the game never forces you to grind, of course, but I can grind up my character, I can go explore the world and level up and upgrade my weapons and eventually take them on. And the DLC now says that's not true anymore. So whereas before I was not only willing to engage the game on its own terms, I really loved doing it. Like, the reason I'm playing with this build is, as I've said, that I really like the feeling of just learning enemy attacks and getting really good at dodging them and everything. But if the game's going to take away that avenue of empowerment from me, then I don't care as much about the quote-unquote purity of my build. And I'll be much more willing to say, fuck it, bring in Spirit Ashes, fuck it, bring in NPC summons. 1, 2, 3. These guys aren't bad. They're in the base game. I just had forgotten how to fight them. What's a blessed bone shard? Exceedingly rare to find. Material used for crafting items. A bone fragment touched by the gold of the scatter tree, broken from the remains of the warriors who perished in the realm of shadow. A blessing such as this is said to be the greatest honor that can be granted to the dead. Yeah, I agree with you though, Meow. It's really interesting because... We'll check down there in a minute. Part of why some of the bosses, well, all of the bosses, have been so frustrating for me in terms of raw difficulty and the damage I deal is that the enemies are fine. Like, they're tough, but they're totally reasonable. And then the bosses just say, hey, you're going to do pitiful damage, and, you know, I'm going to deal half of your health bar with every single hit. Let's go down here first. Be wary of left. Ho 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 ho. Well, I didn't need to do that. Iris of occultation? Place on the eye of another to deny light in all of its forms. What the hell? Is this like a PvP item? An iris that is as dark as night, placed on the eye of another to deny them light in all its forms. Can also be used to receive the blessing of an equipped great rune at the cost of all runes. Interesting. So this is like a rune arc that eats all your runes? In the realm of shadow, this artifice was employed by the priests of the Erdtree to intensify the fears of their flock to malignant, magnificent. That's a totally different word that I said. Magnificent effect. Oh. 80,000 runes? Golden remnants of the grace personally bestowed by Queen Marika to the heroes who joined the crusade for her. The brilliance of Queen Marika's grace blinds even the very best. That's a lot of runes. I'd be shocked if there wasn't an incoming patch in the near future that Mesmer Soldier Ashes. If there isn't an upcoming patch. Sorry. Lost my train of thought. I'd be shocked if there isn't an upcoming patch that makes enemies weaker, just nerfs their health pools, particularly for bosses. And then here's this again. No? Oh, I thought this was the same place. Mesmer Soldier Ashes. 2 of Mesmer's soldiers. 1 soldier wields an axe, the other a spear, etc. These soldiers belonged to the ignoble Penal Battalion and were buried hidden from the scatter tree site. How awful. Okay. Dew Gem. Glows at night and blossoms mainly at the water side. Said to have been used in the practice of spirit medicine long ago. A bunch of different sites of grace in this area. Okay, so that's where I started. That's good. Stop that. Really? For these things being exceedingly rare, it's giving me a lot of them. It says they're crafting material, but I don't know what they're used to craft. Okay, nothing over there. So let's go check in here. And there was still like a kind of a downward path from the main area too, I think. Oh, goodness. This is a boss. Okay. With a similar moveset to the basic guys. Elden Ring really does like to have big, massive flurrying combos that never end. Which I don't really mind. It's just... it'd be a little better if I had any poise at all. Like if it was possible to withstand even one hit without being interrupted. That was a cute attack. I didn't mean to do that. Like, look how little damage I'm doing to this guy. And he has infinite poise. And I have on the thing that is like the best damage negation talisman in the game. Okay, so you can stagger him sometimes. That's not a bad. That's not a bad. That's a bad miss is what I tried to say. Like, when do you stagger? I've hit you, like, with so many jumping attacks. Okay, holy cow. I shouldn't get salty. This is like my second attempt on this boss. Deserved. Early. Yep. This game also likes to do that thing where, like, it isn't just that they combo, it's that you get staggered into multiple hits of damage. That feels really crappy, I think. I don't know. I mean, second try on the boss, I don't care that I am not beating it, like, right away. It's just... it kind of sucks when it's like, I'm fine taking damage. I wish every single hit didn't require me to heal right away. I wish that when I got hit once, I didn't very frequently get hit several times in a row and have to burn through 2 or 3 heals. And even that wouldn't matter, but like, I'm at my maximum number of charges. I can't upgrade my healing anymore. So as the enemies and bosses keep getting harder, I have less and less ability to heal myself. And that kind of sucks. Where's my money? Maybe it's down to, like, recovery period. Like, they have these big sweeping combos, and then the moment you have a second to heal, you can't because they just go right into another combo. This guy probably isn't even bad. I'm just probably being really bad. Okay, so that one's delayed. So don't heal after that. There's like a theme of Black Knight bosses in this DLC. See what I mean? Where, like, it isn't just I took damage repeatedly, and then I was staggered so I couldn't start my heal until maybe like 3/4 of a second after the last hit. That's pretty rough. But this guy's not bad. I'm just being bad. I didn't need to heal twice there. Oh well. Something about this room, or like maybe it's that it's like dropping frames, which might be... I don't know why it is. It's making it a little hard to see sometimes. No follow-up? Okay. Okay, that guy wasn't bad at all. I was just complaining. Wings. If only I used Ashes of War. Aspect of the Crucible wings. The skill originates from the life forms of the Crucible. Grow a pair of golden wings and take to the air before diving down at the foe weapon first. A spinning attack is performed when wielding a twin blade. Cool. Thank you. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Alrighty. So there's still that base path down there. And then the next path is this way? I saw you there with the shadow. No honor. Oh, he knows how to get around small walls. I'm doomed. Oh, hi, Pixel. It's that time of day where you want to come lie behind my keyboard while I'm streaming a video game. Hello, Pixel. Boy, I really hope I don't get another tornado warning later. That would suck ass. Hi, Pixel. Tornado warnings... not that I need to justify why I don't want a tornado warning, but it isn't just for me. It's like I have to, you know, put my cat in his carrier and... What is that? And bring him downstairs, and he doesn't like it. So I see that I can jump over there and get that chest. Let me do that right now. It's such a perpetual thing in every single game with like any loot that you see a path and you think, well, but I don't know if I want to go there because that might be the correct path. Nice. It's getting to the point where like I genuinely wonder what a game like this might look like if there was some sort of official indicator for like this is the correct path or not. I'm not like definitely advocating that it's a genuine question. Like I wonder if such a thing would be viable and what that might look like, because it would arguably just streamline a playthrough. This is just torture equipment, by the way. To just not have to worry so much about just being so cautious. Okay, so this is where I started. Hi, Pixel. Hello. Is this... What the hell? I really hope... I was reading a Reddit thread once about like medieval torture devices, because why not? I really hope that a lot of these depictions of medieval torture devices were largely just like fabricated or elaborated over time, as stories tend to be. Because like, if you're gonna do this, just kill them. Just like, what in the hell is this? What? They're throwing stuff through the wall. I meant to hit the spear guy. What is a spirit gravestone? A piece of gravestone that is turned into a spirit. In places to where the dead have been brought since antiquity, the oldest gravestones turn into spirits and fade away. Cool. Cool. Something I was thinking about yesterday. I already have a plus 25 weapon, and this DLC is giving me a bunch of smithing stones of various calibers, which is fine, right? It's just like, kind of, it's another little data point that I can point to and kind of wonder, who is the intended audience for this DLC? Like, how is it meant to be scaled? Because what player doing the DLC that can get through this content is going to have any use at this point for like a plus anything smithing stone? And I also understand that you can upgrade new weapons, so it isn't just, you know, your current weapon. It allows you to more freely experiment with other weapons if you know that you can just upgrade them. Just thought it was a curious observation. Oh. I'm back here, okay. So I think I may have explored the whole bottom part of this. I still have the other side of Grace that I got to up top to do more exploration, but I'm not seeing anything else in here. So let me go to this one. Hi, Pixel. This is the wrong side of Grace. Behind the Fort of Reprimand, that's where I want to be. Yeah, that's the other thing, like, I mean, it's fine. Like, I'll take the smithing stones. They don't hurt anything. But there's just all these items, and it's like, in practice, this isn't really useful for me. It's a really fascinating design problem. Like, take crafting, for example. You give the player all these materials, and across the whole game, a rather large percentage of the items that you can get are devoted to crafting, and I just don't do any crafting. Now, that's my choice to not do crafting. It's not the game's fault, really. But how do you give the player a bunch of options while still trying to make all of them valuable? And maybe the answer is you don't. You know, there's enough pickups in this game that I don't really care, that a lot of them are pretty useless to me because enough of them are useful or at least interesting that it's fine. Kind of like how I don't really care that there's a lot of reused bosses in the base game. Like, would I prefer a bunch of fresh, unique bosses for every dungeon? Of course I would, but given the realities of game development, like, there's enough fresh bosses that the repetition doesn't really bother me. That's it. It's weird, too, because, like, to my knowledge, there's no way to, like, preview a weapon upgrade. So, for example, I could go back and dump a bunch of and upgrade a bunch of weapons, but I would just have to hope that they would ultimately be better than what I have. This kind of looks like you could open it, doesn't it? Like, this is obviously a trap door with probably a ladder on the underside of it. Hey, Sneaky. Yeah, I got a haircut, and now I look like this. Can you see my character's head in there? You can. Look, you can kind of see my nose. Oh, that's cute. Okay, well, I'm not seeing anything new in the Fort of Reprimand. This seems conspicuous. Maybe it's not. I'm trying to see if, like, I can see down through the bottom of it. It's probably nothing, actually. It's probably just decorative. So it isn't just a big flat plane. Speaking of, I want to get some runes and level up again. I don't know precisely how many I need, but it's not going to be enough, actually. That is, look at how I'm within 100. That's awesome. I'm getting such diminishing returns from these level ups, but I'm not sure what else to do. Like, Arcane is pointless. Faith, I have 27 Faith just to use my Black Flame. So I could increase it and get a little more Black Flame damage, but I don't do all that much. You know, all that many Black Flame hits. Maybe it would help a little. Intelligence I did just to get more FP. Is this increasing my FP? Maybe it would later. Strength gets me a little bit of extra damage because why not? Endurance is nice, but I very rarely run out of endurance. So having more would obviously help me, but I feel like I'd just rather have more health than that. Or just, you know, more damage even if it's just by a little bit. I am going to try going back to the roundtable hold. On this topic, I'm very curious whether this DLC is going to blend in with the base game at all, because something that I noticed just thinking about the game over the day or two that I've been playing it so far, there's so many more characters in the base game. Like, I met all these people, and I felt like I had, you know, this hub. I felt like I had a pretty good understanding of my goal to go and hunt down all these characters. And in the DLC, it's a lot more like I'm just going places and kind of doing things, which is fine, right? They're cool places. Apart from balance issues, they're cool enemies and cool bosses that I'm getting. But I've only met a few NPCs. I don't really have a good understanding of what I'm doing, and it's just so divorced from the rest of the game. And it might be that there are connections, but I just don't know what they are yet. I'm going to need some money to do this, so let's just get these. I have this weapon that I got yesterday. This one, which just seemed pretty good to me. It's been a while since I've done the upgrade system.
Look at you. Those eyes of a challenge.
Yep. Again, I'm trying to remember how to actually do this. How do you, like, apply a... Is it an Ash of War? Like how do you change the scaling?
Back already, no matter.
I have enough stuff, I might as well just try this. So let's go down to this weapon. And I guess just upgrade it a bunch of times. I'm gonna need more money for this, probably. Fuck! I didn't mean to... I was just spamming through. I didn't notice. Damn it. That was dumb. Whatever. I wasted a few resources. Not a huge deal. Can I only bring this up to plus 10? I can't plus 25 this? It has B scaling now.
Back already, no matter.
I can't believe I just wasted that. Why can't I... Does this count as like a special weapon? Because right now it's not doing enough. But this one's also heavy because this is doing 258 plus 314. What is that? 572? And then this thing's doing quite a bit less than that. I didn't know that this was counted as a unique weapon. I wish this game would fucking explain its rules. It's so annoying. I'm used to it, but it's pretty awful that they still do this. Like, is there some indicator that says, hey, this is a unique weapon that only goes up to plus 10? And again, the reason I did this, I like this weapon. It looks pretty cool. I was hoping, since it's a DLC weapon as well, that it might end up scaling more. Isn't there a way to change the scaling? Or like, how do I make this heavy? Because the other games you have like gems. I really, this is a real question. I genuinely don't remember how to do this. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, so it is these Ashes of War. Granting something to various affinities. It's not going to tell me what they do, by the way. By the way, there's a trend I've noticed in a bunch of games. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild do this too. This UI, I would argue, is really bad in a very specific way, which is that you can't see what an item is called until you hover over it. You know, compare that to like a more quote-unquote simple Skyrim-style inventory where you can just see all your items with their names. So I have to awkwardly kind of just do this and... So I don't want to duplicate an Ash of War, but I want to apply an Ash of War to... what? Let me equip it just so it's there.
Back already, no matter.
I can't... What the fuck, Miyazaki? It's not like that was a huge expenditure of resources. I have plenty, but like... I came back here, spent runes and a bunch of resources to upgrade a weapon. I didn't know that it was unique before I got here. Not that that necessarily matters, but I didn't know what it would scale up to, and now you're also telling me that I can't apparently... Do I need to, like, actually equip it like this? Apparently I can't change this armament's Ash of War either. I thought this looked kind of cool, but, like, I can't... This one's heavy, which is part of what contributes to its damage. This one... Why can't I change it to Ash of War? Do I need to, like, remove the Ash of War first or something? No, because... I guess I just don't get to modify this one. There's no indicator of that at all. It's just... You don't get to modify this weapon for some reason. Yeah, it's not here. Well, that was a waste. I could try upgrading another weapon. I feel like I need to do more damage. That's wild. Again, with no indication that I'm aware of at all, this weapon just has special properties. It just can't go above +10, which by itself doesn't matter, right? Because it's just a question of what its damage output is. But its damage output isn't high enough. And that's fine if ultimately it just doesn't scale as well, but how was I meant to know that? And since it started at C, I thought that upgrading it might up it to A. And I'd really like to make it heavy, because I like the look of this weapon. I think it looks pretty cool, but it just... I can't use it. I'm already not dealing nearly enough damage. Is there another weapon that I could use that might be better? primarily I'm interested in scaling, right? If I can find something that just has better scaling. I didn't mean to put so much into the crystal sword here. I guess the answer is make sure that I can use Ashes of War before I dump any resources into it. Here's a question. Do you know, if something has scaling on multiple attributes, does that scaling stack? In other words, like, this thing only scales on strength. If I were to, for example, use the Sword of Night and Flame and dump additional points into all these other attributes, that would presumably continue scaling up from there, right? It's like, is it thundering right now? Give me a... I don't have a tornado watch or anything right now, or I wouldn't be streaming. But my mom was texting me earlier that apparently the conditions are ripe for potentially a tornado later tonight. So I'm going to look out the window. Yeah, it's definitely very thundery. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. Sorry for the stall in hashtag stream content, but what's the special weather statement today from the National Weather Service? A strong thunderstorm will impact, etc., etc., etc. That's fine. Wind and hail. Hail, it's the summer. I do have alerts set up, I'll get alerts on my phone and emails and stuff, but for obvious reasons, if I see a tornado watch, then stream, unfortunately, ends while that's active. And I'm hoping that won't happen. And if it does, it might not be for a while, so just a early precaution, I suppose. What is... Oh! I know this isn't a new thing with the DLC, but I haven't seen this before. So I've already looked through all my weapons. I don't have anything that has reasonable scaling. More reasonable than B scaling. It seems like when you upgrade something, usually it goes up like one scaling class. And right now, all my points are dumped into strength. So like if I look at my status here, it's vigor and strength, and I put very little. I put a little bit into faith. So something with like strength and faith scaling would be decent. Which is why I was kind of eyeing up the Sword of Night and Flame. But it has E strength scaling. That's bad. I can always respec as well, of course. That's an option, but... This thing has C strength scaling. I haven't put much into Dex or Intelligence. That doesn't seem like that would do a huge amount. If I were to, this only has D Dex scaling, so even if I were to pump a bunch of points into Dex, that seems like a bad idea. And everything else is just a bunch of Ds among these straight swords. And I don't want to use great swords. I really like the moveset and playstyle of the smaller weapons. I could try something like a curved sword, but I don't really think I like those movesets either. Yeah, I guess I just stick with what I have. It's kind of boring, but like, this is the best weapon I have right now. Okay, well, Shadow Realm map. I guess we go north from here, see if I can take on that dragon. I really do wonder how much New Game Plus is messing up my experience. I'm not gonna fight you, there's a dragon. This one's 37 FPS right now, by the way. 37 FPS. As far as frames per second go, I would prefer to have more of them. So what's my strategy? Maybe I try to just hard focus a lot of the small guys, see if I can't get to a point where I can eventually 1v1 the dragon. Like maybe head over here, try to take out some of the smaller guys. No. This is not a scenario where fighting fair is going to be rewarded. Let me do some scouting while I'm here. This isn't like a thing I can do anything with right now. Just wanted to glance around, see if there might be something useful. There we go. That's a good attack to thin the herd. My character got stuck on that geometry like 3 times. I couldn't roll over it. Maybe I just go for summons in this encounter. Because, again, I feel like I need to justify myself like I'm committing some grievous act here. I really like being able to 1v1 these bosses, but this fight is already a big clusterfuck. If it was just me and the dragon, I wouldn't summon. But since it's so many guys anyway, I'll probably end up having more fun by just pulling out an Ash and just letting that help. Get him, me. Yeah, see, there's just so many guys that they just end up... fucking geometry. I just have to thin the herd here. What the hell was that? What hit me? Was there something in front of me too? There's 100 guys. There's probably always a guy in front of me. I guess I just continue making strafing runs, kind of get some hits where I can. Try to thin the herd. There might also be some other Ashes of War that are just a lot better than this. And I wouldn't be opposed to spending more resources upgrading some other Ashes of War. I have enough. I hate the geometry of this part of the map. I keep getting stuck. Yeah, okay, so with that, I have decided no more playing fair. I no longer care about purity for this fight. I like that when I drink, I like put the potion in my eye. And I want to not get too close to the dragon while I'm doing this. Where's my... There's my friend. Yeah, seems like just do hit and run tactics. Try to get these guys down. Let the dragon take out some of the rest. Good job, Mimic Tier. How sad that the Mimic Tier was nerfed. You know, I just realized I don't know if I've ever actually just tried sitting down and locking onto an enemy on horseback. This is way better than what I was doing. Okay, so this is working. Just taking the time to try to take out a lot of the smaller enemies. Oh, there's that thunder. I really like thunder, I really don't like tornadoes, as opposed to most people who do actually secretly love tornadoes. Okay, let's get away from that. Also, I could go get my money, I suppose. I don't think I had very many runes, but... Ember of Mesmer. I like that even once I kill all these guys, I'll probably end up turning around and getting killed by him anyway. Killed by the dragon, I mean. And I don't want to get too close to this dragon until I've cleared out the smaller guys. But I can still get a few hits here and there. Because they are damaging it, just they're not doing very much. I think I've got most of the guys down, though. There's still a few stragglers. Yep, still at least one guy left. Seems like my Mimic Tier might kill him. I think it's just the dragon now. Now we do the dragon special, and we just do this for a while. That was weird. Felt like it, stalled in the air and hit me. It's arguably better to fight these guys on the ground. I think I just prefer to just stay in the air. And I'm worried about the big tail swipe, which is like the big wing swipe. This isn't very fast, but it will work, and I still have my Mimic Tier up. Albeit getting a little bit hurt. Yeah, see, I'm worried about those hits. Get a Mimic Tier. Now, I could also use Black Flame if I wasn't on the horse. Oh, shit. But at the downside of taking more damage, no, it's fine. Uh-oh. Oh, my god, that damage. That might have been like a mid-roll damage. That's pretty good damage, though. I mean, it's bad, but it's doable. I could also do jumping attacks on its face as usual. Okay, and that's down. My bad. Hello, Thunder. Wait, what are you gonna do? Oh, I need to drink my sippy juice. I gotta really want to kill this guy. So what am I supposed to do about that fire? I guess just run away? That's my bad, I'm missing that. Wait, run. That for sure could have killed me. I'm dead. I'm alive. Good damage there. That was like a different kind of attack than I was expecting. I'm dead. I'm alive. Uh-oh. Oh, that's good, actually. That's bad. That's bad. Oh, God. Okay. Drink, drink. I have one more heal. Come on. Crap. Okay, heal, heal, heal. Son of a bitch. I have no more. Shit. Oh my god. God, I'm doing so little damage. Come on. Let's go. Great enemy felled. That was hard. Let's go heal up. I wonder if all the small guys are going to come back. Probably. Just checking the weather again. My god, right off the bat. See, because I checked the weather this morning, and it's 7:35 p.m. for me right now. The thunderstorm wasn't supposed to start until like 10 p.m. That's part of why I felt comfortable streaming. Now there's a severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. Why are there 3 different... They always issue so many different thunderstorm warnings. I'm not worried about thunderstorm warnings, to be clear, but I am worried about tornadoes. Also, I was going to maybe make a target run this evening, but maybe not. Oh, they're actually gone. I don't see a map stone. Map pillar. Hello, bats. Whoops. I know all your tricks. Oh, hello. So where did that open up? Cool. That was kind of a lucky find. Look at all these farm animals running amok. Are these statues? Nope. I did press the jump button prior to my attack, and it buffered my attack and not the jump. So that was fun. My mental map of these areas is getting larger and larger as I'm trying to remember, like, the various unexplored paths. Oh, that's one of those, I don't know what those are called. Something marking Miquella's path. Yay! Now I can make the DLC easier. Hooray. Yes. Okay, 2 more for the next one. I abandon here my eye. Okay, so it really is like Miquella just abandoning like different parts of his body all over the place. So maybe that's why in that cocoon, maybe all that was left was his arm. Or one of his arms, because he left a note. Ooh, a bridge. A little surprised I haven't found more NPCs yet. Like, I found a few of them at those Miquella crosses. But largely this has been a somewhat lonely experience, whereas in the base game I felt like that was still true, but there were just more NPCs? I don't know. Okay, so this is just where I came from. Is it? That spirit spring? Yeah, it was, okay. So this little detour may have just been to get that cross. Or maybe this was necessary? I think I'm starting to confuse myself with the progression here. Will these kill me? I don't know how much I trust this geometry. Oh, this is where I just was. Okay. Never mind, it's fine. Look at that. Wow. mole. Are there more jars down there? It's like another jar village. And I saw a side of grace down there too. These guys are pretty tough to kill. They're probably not even that tough. I don't quite understand their stagger sometimes. Like, sometimes I'm able to stagger them pretty easily. Sometimes they just have hyper armor. I'm convinced they changed something to do with, nice. Something to do with, like, the amount of time you get staggered. I could totally jump down to that, but I'm not going to try it right away. Maybe I should. That's a reference to Alexander. Maybe I could survive that. I'm not going to do it quite yet. There's going to be a better path down. So what can I find here in the ruins of all these big trees? Frame rate's all over the place, though. Very unstable. I'm excited for the inevitable Digital Foundry video on this game. This is pretty similar to one of the ruins I found earlier. I saw a jump that I could have made there, but I'm not going to try it right away because it might kill me if I mess it up. Like, see, trying to jump up into there. That seems like a bad idea to try that. Not seeing much in the way of anything notable in all these ruins, just a lot of roaming monsters and ruins. Here's this, where I fought all the guys and the dragon. More of those big enemies up top. Those guys are back. Where's the... What am I hearing? There you are. No, I need... No, no. No. God, these guys are kind of hard to kill. They have this really delayed animation. Another base game enemy, that one. Boy, I would love to find out... What was that up there? More ruins. I would love to find a side of grace here somewhere. more lobsters. I want to see if there's anything inside there. I don't want to fight the lobster. The lobster is basically a boss. What? Am I being invaded? No. Okay, I don't know why it made me get off. Still don't know what was up with those screams from before. Oh, there's a very obvious side of grace. Whoops. I need 3 for the next one. And 2. I abandon here the flesh of my body. Nothing? Okay. Good talk. So I didn't really see anything in the ruins here. There's that map up to the north I can go grab. Is that something? Oh, I never read about the Ember of Mesmer. A remnant of Mesmer's flame, the symbol of the crusade, it continues to smolder as if crawling along the ground. Maybe Mesmer's like the final boss of this DLC. I'm certainly hearing a lot of Mesmer talk. Mesmer the Impaler. Get me out of here. Get me away from all these knights. Get me away from all these knights. I'm so compelled to go and explore these big areas. It takes me quite a while to kind of make forward progress towards the mapstone up there. I see it. Maybe now I'm strong enough to take out one of those guys. Scadu Altus. Holy shit, that like quadrupled the size of the map. Also, I see another one of those to get. So I can turn around and try to fight that guy in a little bit. Let's head back this way. Hello, friends. Monk's Missive? Let me read that. Hell yeah. 2 more again. Still hasn't up to 3. Monk's Missive. Letter with terse message and an illustration of a monk. A letter bearing a terse message and an illustration of a monk, his hands held together. Seek me to the east if you wish to pursue the way of the warrior. When you find me, you will challenge me to a bout. There is no need for words. Okay, so that's to the east. I abandon here my heart. What the heck? You're like pulling out your internal organs? What are these messages? Lovable sort. Oh, it's you again. Hi.
You have a knack for timing, my fellow. I found the site of a new cross. Take this. Mikola has said as much himself. He wishes now to throw it all away. He says the act, though undoubtedly painful, will sear clean the Earth Three's wanton sin. The truth of his claim can be found at each cross. It is evidence enough to earn my belief. Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. In that forsaken place, blood must spill. The blood of your fellows, the Earth Tree faithful. Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra.
What is the misshapen? Because that's the scatter tree. What's the misshapen tree of Umbra?
Hello again. Did you meet my compatriots? They're quite the congregation, from places as far and wide as you can imagine. Doubtless it'd have all come to blows at first glance, were it not for the charm kindly Mikola put upon us. This is what allows us to serve together, the work of a living god. Oh, that man is known as Dane. He's been in the service of Mikola the Kind longer than I. He might be solemn of cheer, but is a fierce warrior nevertheless. There's no cause for concern. Dane's reluctance to speak to you is no fault of your own. We've been acquainted for quite some time, but even I am yet to hear his voice. Perhaps one day. Wondering about the horn scent, are you? True enough. In any other circumstance, he'd be at our throats. Long ago, Queen Marika commanded Sir Mesmer to purge the Tower folk. A cleansing by fire. It's no wonder the horn scent holds the Erdtree in contempt. That aside, man is by nature a creature of conquest. And in this regard, the Tower folk are no different. They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war, but it's still a wretched shame. Wondering about the horn? True enough. Long ago, a cleansing's no wonder that aside. And in this, they were never saints. They just happened to be on, but it's still a wretched.
Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, that's Dane, the monk I couldn't talk to. So if there's no need for words, does that mean just attack him? Because the note says... No, this is different. Oh, there's a lot of him now. Okay, cool. The note just says, when you find me, you will challenge me to a bout. There's no need for words. Okay, I guess I go fight him. Nothing personal, Dane. Let me just double check the weather. Yep, just severe thunderstorms. Now will you speak to me? Okay, here we go. Oh, sneaky bitch. Okay. Okay. I didn't expect that. Made me waste a black flame. Does he respawn here? He does, but I can't... How do I challenge him to a bout? Oh, you gesture. Oh, no shit. Okay, that should have been obvious. You used the gesture that he just gave me, which was... What? This one? Let me see what gesture they're doing. That's a different gesture. Which gesture is that? Again, I'm guessing it's the one I just got. I'm trying to visually look for... Can I check it in my inventory? I guess gestures don't show up in your inventory? Miyazaki, why don't gestures show up in your inventory? May the best win. That's what it is. Okay. Cool. Whoa. I really should have realized that since it gave me the emo. I'm a little embarrassed that I didn't realize that. Okay, so I'm learning don't just do 100 attacks in a row. He tends to not like it. Is he going to heal? Maybe just like 4 of them? Well, that was easy. I really should have realized that I needed to do that gesture. I really should have realized that. And I will never forgive myself for it. That's neat, though. Is he actually dead? Dry leaf arts. It's a fist thing. A technique for hand-to-hand combat with hand-to-hand combat without the aid of a weapon. The teachings of a group of spiritual seekers known as the Dryleaf Sect, revealed only to those of worthy valor and character. The practice of this martial art marks the dawn of an ascetic's journey. And then the hat. The sun-faded and lightly soiled hat of Dryleaf Dane, worn low over the eyes that obscures the wearer's vision. Meeting the gaze of another can overcome the senses, often leading to the downfall of those who would walk the noble and solitary seeker's path. I gotta tell you, following the path of all these various gods doesn't seem like a very fun experience. Or like, don't look anybody in the eye and cut off parts of your body and drop them around the Shadow Realm. Do you have anything to say about the fact that I killed Dane?
We are all utterly captivated by kindly Mikula. It is what binds us together. Oh, that man is known as Dane. He's been in the He might be Solomon. There's no cause. Dane's reluctant. We've been acquainted. Perhaps one day.
Okay, well, let's carry on forward, I guess, to whatever this big boss is. This seems to be a major boss. It's got so many places to explore. What do the messages say? First off, grace. Didn't expect victory. Brief respite, then keep moving. Seems familiar. I can't... Oh. I can't go in. Okay. I've decided to not go do that boss fight. What the heck? What is this? Oh, this is the other side of... I see. This is the other side of Rolana. Does that make Rolana optional? That's interesting. Okay, well, with that in mind, I can go north, or there's... north. Basically, there's north, so we go north. I don't know that I've been here. I don't think I have. Can I drop down somewhere without dying? This doesn't seem very far, right? Yeah. What do we have here? There's a dog. Have I been here? Was this where I jumped up before? No, this is somewhere else. I see a treasure chest. Okay. Cool. So this is like an upper area in the castle. Carrion sorcery sword. One of the Carrion royal family's glintstone swords, a smaller piercing sword with a slender blade, formerly used by the Carrion knights of old. Before the full refinement of their sorceress combat techniques, this armament functions as a catalyst for glintstone sorcery when executing strong attacks. That's cool. So where's the way out from here? I guess I can just go back up to the side of Grace here. That's fascinating that Rolana is seemingly optional. I mean, that's probably good that she's optional. But I wouldn't have expected that. Hello. Oh, interesting. This is the actual down. This is not a meme. I should have uploaded that message. I wouldn't have checked that. I can't survive that though. Where's the next drop off? Because that's 100,000%. Oh, it's right there. Defeating one by one required ahead. Fog Rift Fort. Uh-oh, they're all getting up. Oh god, they all have super stamina now. Oh boy. Good. I gotta get some distance. Gotta corral them. Yeah, you've got your big boy poise. See if I care. I finally made it up here. So we can go over there. Let's head over this way first. I might need to... Oh no, I can come back here. Good. I don't really care if I don't kill that guy. I just don't want to... Okay, I really didn't want to fall off there, so... Give me those... No! Stop throwing stuff at me. Everything does so much damage. Okay. I'm slowly starting to feel like I'm less completely useless at this DLC. I'm sure that the Scatter Tree Blessings help with that. I'm sure someone will do like a breakdown. What the fuck? You have a frog tongue. Didn't expect frog tongue. I deserve that death. That's amazing. That's so cool. Okay. Unfortunately, this spawn means I have to run past all the enemies again. I'm gonna try running past all the enemies. Well, not if it gets me stuck on their bodies. I don't know if they're all gonna join the fight. Probably. But if not, then maybe I can actually do this. Looks like most of them are actually still coming to front. Okay, maybe they won't come here. Okay, don't start the fight yet. Yeah, you can give me those rough numbers. Thank you for asking first. This is not looking good. Okay, okay. So I really have to clear them all every time? Maybe I can run past and then turn around or something? I'm going to double check the weather. What I was about to say is I'm a little paranoid about it. I'm going to retract that statement because it is intelligent to check the weather. When maxed out, they roughly double your damage and damage mitigation. Okay, cool. Thank you for telling me. The reason that I'm fine with you telling me that, by the way, is that the game doesn't tell me anything. So if the option is just have no possible way of knowing versus Google it, I'd rather just have you tell me. Well, I can take out one of them like that. Okay, so I think I can do this and knock you off. Yep. Okay. Okay, Dark Souls. Stop trapping me in here. What the heck? That was kind of bullshit. That was kind of bullshit. They all just trapped me in the doorway. That was kind of bullshit. This shit I hate. I don't know why. Sekiro had some of this too, and I really didn't like it in that game either. Like, if I'm gonna fight a boss, I want to fight a boss. And since there isn't like a fog gate that goes up, I just have to kill all these enemies, which is just tedious. There's no benefit to it. It's just unenjoyable for me. Especially because all these enemies can just gain hyper armor all the time. Like, it's just stupid. I don't think it plays to the game's strengths. Especially because literally everything staggers you for a long time. These aren't like quick interrupts. You're staggered for like a second. That's a long time in a combat system like this. But I have to fight them all. So now I'm down 3 heals before, or 4 heals before the fight starts. One sec, I've got cat aggro. Excuse me, Pixel. What are you doing? Pixel, can you lay down so that I can see the screen again? Hi, Pixel. You're a very good cat. Okay, let's fight this guy. I didn't know that it hit you on the backswing, too. That's insane, by the way. It took 2 heals to undo that. Gotta get a bit of stamina back. I need to start doing some staggers or something. This is not gonna work. That was... Why was that so delayed compared to his other hits? Okay, so what's he going to do in phase 2 with his move? Because this is kind of like equivalent to the Crucible Knights. Dodge too late. I wish I had 4 extra heals in this fight. What? What the fuck was that hit? I dodged his shield and then I got hit. There was like a shockwave or something? That hasn't been there before. Why did I get hit there? That staggered me into the second hit. Every time the game does this, I just feel like I want to just pull out the Mimic Tear, because it's like, the fight's fun, I just want to do the fight. I don't want to do the fight with fucking 4 heals down. Oh, I forgot about the guy on the side. Whoops. This is so fucking lame. Maybe I will just use the Mimic Tear, because this isn't fun for me at all. Especially when they can block doorways and stuff. I'd so much rather just go do the fight. That's interesting, Meow, and thank you for telling me. That's a pretty shit system. The reason it's a shit system is, first of all, the game doesn't communicate, but more than that, like, it's not intuitive that something like a status screen would necessarily scale to the current values, or whether it's showing, you know, unscaled values. I wish they would just tell you. Kill me, actually. Is there a way to banish your ash after you've summoned it? Because if so, I'm gonna summon the thing to fucking kill these guys and then just move on. Well, the problem with it is it's a very special kind of obscure where it is fundamentally ambiguous. It's not like there's a hidden door that you might miss. You know, because like I said, even if you look at the numbers on the status page, it won't be obvious how to interpret those numbers. And there's no way to know whether you're correct until you know, do a lot more digging, and often stuff that requires aggregating information from multiple players. Why did I miss? Can you actually hit them, please? What? Why did the first, like, 5 miss? I guess I just have to free aim? Wow, okay, well, this is why I don't use items in these games. That was pointless. The hell was that? Not gonna... That character was just on the ladder. Did he get off the ladder? Why do they keep getting on the ladder and then leaving again? Maybe I'll try running past the knight. Maybe there's a checkpoint I can get over there and then come back and fight him. Because I'm not fighting all these guys on the way there. It's nonsense. So let me try running past him. Wait until he walks out a little bit first. Or I guess there's that ladder. What's down here while I'm checking? Oh, this is just like an inside part of the castle? I don't really want to do this either right now. I guess if I came here through this route, then I could probably dodge the enemies. Maybe knock you off. Yep, and there they all are. Okay, so a bunch of them de-aggro. That's interesting. Oh, he can just chase you and fight you over here. No, I'm not doing this with all the enemies. I really don't care for this kind of fight. Wow, this kind of sucks. I can't see Pixel, you're right in front of the screen. Maybe I'm just being too salty. I don't think that this plays to the game's strengths. When you have all these enemies fighting with random attacks. When there's one boss with, you know, whatever attacks. Then you can learn the attacks and react to what it's doing, right? When there's 100 enemies, their attacks can layer over each other such that there is no safe opening to attack. That's what I mean when I say it doesn't play to the game's strengths, is that you have to either just do super slow plays, you know, and hope that you just never ever put yourself in a position where you might get stacking attacks, or you just have to flail and try to trade hits, which, Jesus, my apartment just shook from that thunder. It's the same complaint I had about Rolana, basically. Like, I don't like the playstyle where you just kind of trade hits with enemies. Yeah, so that has a side hit to it. Doesn't help that every single one of these hits is more than a full... is like more than a full heal for me. How do I dodge that? Because it hits behind him too. I'm finding this to be very unenjoyable, unfortunately. Not the fight. The fight's great. It's just I can't fucking do the fight. So what do I do in the face of this? I think I'm going to go below, see if I can find a way past. Man, that's some loud thunder. Let me out of here. How do I... There we go. See, and there's so many enemies and you get staggered for so fucking long that it's very, very difficult to recover as well. To which the usual advice is don't let yourself get cornered in the first place, but it's like, I can't. The enemies aggro together. I can't single them out unless I use ranged attack, which, that's fine, but that's not the build I'm using. I think maybe that's one of my complaints is so many of these encounters, they just seem like they aren't really viable for the build that I want to use. And in other Souls games I was able to play, even in Elden Ring, for most of Elden Ring, I was able to play with this build. And it's a problem that could be addressed by just better balance, you know, like it would help if I know that I'm getting less healing because of the hat that I'm wearing, but even so, like even without it, it doesn't make much of a difference. And the problem is that every single one of these enemies, the DLC is so fucking overtuned that every single hit takes away a heal, even though I'm level like close to 190. It's very, very frustrating. Serpent Flail. A flail with coiled snakes for bludgeoning heads. Fire roars within the snakes' bodies, inflicting horrible burns. Some of Mesmer's army used these flails to burn horn scent, to brand them with agony and fear. I think the incentive structure can be kind of fucked too, like There's no benefit for me fighting these guys. That's one reason why you can read lots of debate about the boss run back and whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, and you could have a whole long discussion about that. My feeling is, more often than not, I'm not a fan of it when there are a lot of enemies to fight through, or particularly, not so much here, but like the fact that, you know, these enemies are going to follow me into the fight now. Like, I can take the time and kill all of them, but all you've really done is introduce tedium, right? Because I'm not getting nothing from killing them. I'm getting runes, but those are also runes that it's pretty easy to lose if you die. On top of which, they're not offering me very many runes nor any drops I care about, and they're enemies that I fought many times. So it's like, it's just tedious to clear them, to get to try the boss again. It's not dissimilar to just having like some of the worst runbacks in, say, Dark Souls 2 had you running back like multiple minutes to get back to the fight. Like, that's not, it's not objectively poor, but I mean, try to find me someone who likes it. Look how much damage that did. I'm using a talisman that enormously, quote, enormously, like, it enormously boosts my physical damage negation, and it still does that much damage. I can't do it. I have to heal after every single hit. There's no leniency. Nope, I have to heal again. Every single hit does as much as one of my heals. That sucks. That's not balanced. I feel like I've been saltier this playthrough than I was casually playing the base game. I hate that attack. I need to get better at dodging it. That's not fair. Not the tongue. The tongue was fine. The reason that wasn't fair is that this person has two different shield attacks. One of them is fast and one of them is slow. I dodged as if it was the first one and then got hit by the second one. That's really, really lame, and it's not something that should happen in a combat game like this. You shouldn't have two identical tells with different responses if responding to the wrong one will get you damaged. That's just a game of RNG at that point. Like I was saying before, this phrasing sounds melodramatic, but just as a way to express it. I feel like, I don't know, maybe it was this way in the base game too. I feel like this DLC, more than I recall happening in the base game, is kind of breaking the contract that I signed with this game. Of like, I will play the game on your own terms. I'll try to learn boss attacks. I'll try to, you know, respond to what they're doing. And then this game is saying, actually, no. Because we're going to, you know, have similar tells that you can't predict, and we're going to force you to fight lots of enemies to get back to the fight. That's something that did exist in the base game too. I understand that, but I don't know. I feel like it's happening more here. Like, and I don't want to start the fight because these guys are going to eventually join it. Why does he get iframes? Enemies should never, ever get iframes, just as a rule. I don't care if you want to buff their health to compensate for the extra hits I'm about to get, but just don't ever give them iframes. It feels awful. See how that was the fast attack? I don't know if there's an animation difference between either start. That time he was able to block mid-attack. That doesn't seem fair either. It's not fair. He's chaining attacks that he normally doesn't do. I don't know. Maybe I'm just in a bad mood or something. I'm like, there's a lot I like about these fights. It's the little details. Like, I wish that he didn't have two different shield moves that had different timings. I wish that he didn't input read me and do that. Like, I almost just died there from that tongue hit because he followed up the double hit differently than he normally does. That just shouldn't happen in these games. How was I supposed to know that that was the slow one? He tends to do the slow one after the shield hits. Why did he do the slow one differently? Why is he able to block me mid-attack? Yeah, I'm very frustrated by this. I feel like I'm being frequently punished for something that isn't my fault. I thought that was the forward thrust and I had enough spacing. Why was that a slam? What's the animation tell difference? He has a slow shield strike, a fast shield slide, a fast shield push, and a shield slam that all have... What's the animation difference? Both of them start with him putting his shield down. What's the animation difference? What gives? That one's my fault. That's fine. That just shouldn't happen. It's saying, hey, remember how you paid attention to the attack and learned what the response is? We're going to punish you for doing that. I feel like I'm being punished for playing the game correctly. It's very frustrating. Plenty of those hits were my fault, but a lot of them really feel like it's inconsistent. Like, sometimes he does a 1-2 followed by a shield. Sometimes it's a 1-2 followed by a tongue. I don't think that should happen. I hate that my experience with the DLC right now is more negative than positive. I hate that I'm having such a blast with the exploration and that I like so much about this DLC. And then I'm getting to all these bosses and I feel like every single one of them is just pulling this bullshit. And it existed in the base game too, but it wasn't all of them. Like, every single boss has had like some element of randomness that has made it unfair. Obviously, there's randomness in every single boss. That's the nature of the game in how they choose attacks. But, like, the Death Knight underground can, like, change up his combos. The Rolana is just impossible. The Lion had that random lightning. It's like they keep making these bosses like 90% amazing, and then they just add some part of it that just doesn't work. See, he didn't follow that with a shield slam that time. I'm probably just being bad. This lightning is really intense right now. I don't know why I'm so salty. Like, I think I'm mostly correct on some of these complaints from, like, a mechanical perspective. It's just, I don't know why it makes me so salty. But, like, really, this fight isn't bad. That's bullshit. So here's why that's bullshit. Is that he did the one attack that I got hit by. That's my fault. Absolutely my fault. So I dodged backwards out of one of his attacks, and he just at that point decided to do his frog attack. That hit me on the backswing. But I had to dodge away from him because he's capable of doing a real quick forward attack. There's a running theme on, like, my complaints. It was the same in the base game where there were only a few attacks that I genuinely found to be bullshit, and almost all of them are instances where there's a really, really quick attack that is too fast for you to react to, which means that you have to anticipate it. And because of the existence of that attack, that closes the window of opportunity on so many other hits. Right, I could follow this up, but I can't because sometimes there's a quick follow-up that kills me. And even that wouldn't be so bad. It's not like the damage necessarily is a huge problem, but you have no poison this game. Right, so the real quick hit, even if it doesn't deal much damage, it's going to interrupt me and frequently force me to take another hit of damage. Maybe I should stop talking for a while. I don't know, I don't know why I'm so salty about this. Maybe it's just because I expected to do better. Maybe it's just built up frustration over this DLC level scaling. A lot of lightning outside right now. Pretty spooky. I think this boss is actually good, and I'm probably just completely in the wrong here. Yeah, see, this guy's really easy. I was just being wrong. Ignore everything I've said for the last 3 minutes. I think I was wrong. Like, I killed that guy with one heal that time. I don't know. I really don't know what it is. Whatever. Black steel great shield. Weighty shields carried by the Black Knights, servants of Mesmer the Impaler, made of black steel with decorative embellishments in gold. Symbolic of their iron conviction in their crusade, the Black Knights will never yield, nor will they ever doubt their purpose. Maybe I'm just so salty about level scaling that it's bleeding through into everything else. Okay, and I already went in here and got that thing, so I think that's it for this area. I already went over there. There's this area down here, but I don't think that brings me anywhere new, really. That's just that you could drop down on the other side, and I don't think there was another path in that direction. Maybe I'm just hungry. Was there anything over here? Around the side? Maybe. Nice mushroom. Okay, glad I came to explore this. Where does that bring me if I jump there? That brings me over there? Is there much benefit to me being over there? Let me come back to that. I wonder if there's going to be more teleportation chests in this DLC. Arrows, Soaring, Sting, Talisman. Say that 5 times fast. Increases the effective range of bows and raises the attack power of arrows and bolts. Cool. Jumping required ahead. Jump. Okay, so that's where the fight was. Where does this get me? Nothing there. Waterfall secret? No. Maybe, sort of. I've already been there, though. Right? Right, I've been here? Am I stuck here? I might need to teleport out. Try jumping? I think I'm not going to try jumping. I see a message down there, though. I think I'm going to die if I try to jump this, for sure. I don't see a platform there. I guess let's just go back here. I think I'll continue for a little bit longer, and then I've been streaming for 3 hours and 38 minutes right now. Maybe I'll try to bring it closer to 4 hours. Just kind of arbitrarily call it there. Try again tomorrow with less salt. Although it's going to take me a lot of days to beat this if I'm only doing it in 4-hour chunks. I say as if that's necessarily a bad thing. And I want to go there. Look at that castle. God damn. Is this a Church of America? Yes. Uh-oh. It forced me off my horse.
Thou shalt not evade the flame of Mesmer.
Oh, you! This is a different Quaylin. I have my own flame. Joke's on you. Oh, he jumped me. What a pro. Really surprised. This guy's not wearing, like, any armor. A little surprised I'm not staggering him yet. I'm getting, like, a bunch of power hits in. He can turn, like, 180 degrees in a frame and hit me. I don't like that, Miyazaki. Don't do that. Oh, come on, it's like one hit. Get him. Wow.
Behold,
I'm bad.
I have excised another cancer to thy joy.
I so badly wish that they would just show you the stance meter, rather than having to do it based on feel.
Thou shalt not evade the flame of Mesmer.
Apparently he's still got that spell off. I swore I interrupted it. Why does he get to jump so quickly? Like, it's not... I said this a minute ago. It's not just that I'm getting staggered. It's that every time I get staggered, it takes like a full second. Meanwhile, he was able to actually just jump out of that stagger. That was bullshit. My character didn't turn far enough to hit. That was maybe about 110, 120 degrees, and my character didn't turn to hit the character. But this character can turn, like the enemy I'm facing, can pivot about 180 degrees in a single attack to hit me. It's like ever since Dark Souls 1, From Software is just so afraid of people doing Shadow Sunflower. So afraid of people doing backstab spam that they just let enemies track you so fucking aggressively. These flowers, veiled in shadow and covered in impenetrable thorns, are suffused with profound holiness, much akin to the Skeda tree itself. Like, there were at least 2 hits during that last encounter where I thought I was being really clever. He has a big spear and he thrusts forward, so I'll dodge sideways, and then, you know, get a hit on the side, except it doesn't matter, because he can still just turn any number of degrees in like a frame and hit you on the next hit. It's just, it's too extreme. Obviously he needs to track you to some extent, but it's just too extreme. I feel like I was punished for doing the right thing, which is dodge to the side and try to get a hit. It doesn't matter.
Not evade the flame of Mesmer.
Like, see how quickly he was able to attack me following the stagger? I can't attack that quickly following my own staggers. So it kind of obscures my understanding of the mechanics. You know, the enemy's not fighting by the same rules that I am anymore. Which for NPCs especially, I think they really need to. It's something that happened in Dark Souls 2. Like, a lot of the enemies in that game were very unfair. See what I mean? See what I mean with the tracking? I saw the attack incoming. I got hit once. I dodged away from it. That was more than 90 degrees away, and then he still turned and hit me regardless. So it's like my positioning doesn't matter anymore. Maybe that's what's pissing me off about this DLC. I feel like so many enemies just... It's like they're negating one of the game mechanics by saying it doesn't matter how you position your character. It doesn't matter because they can just turn and spin on the spot and hit you anyway. That was more than 90 degrees he turned in one attack. And not like a back hit or a sweep. He just turned on the spot and hit me. That feels really, really shitty.
Thou shalt not evade the flame of Mesmer.
And he attacks too quickly, so you can't actually dodge roll around him either. One other frustrating aspect of all of this is oftentimes there is a solution to the predicament. It's just that the solution is tedium. The solution is just, see, like right there, I can stagger him down, but sometimes he can just break his own stagger and jump attack me. Lock-on's still a problem, as always. Again, when I get interrupted, I can't attack. I'm stuck. But he can. That guy wasn't even that bad. That's the frustrating part. It's not like he's a hyper difficult enemy. It's just there's specific aspects of his kit that are just unfair. They're unfair because they break the rules that the game has established. For example, if you have an enemy stun locked, you can keep attacking. And maybe the enemy can like dodge away at some point, but it's just there's like an invisible counter. Like after you've attacked 3 times, he just gets to break his poise and just hit you. But the game's just breaking its rules. Like, it's hard. If their goal is just to make an encounter that's hard, they succeeded, but they're succeeding by making it unfair. That's been like the trend I've noticed in this DLC is so much of it is like, yeah, this is really hard. It's hard because it's unfair. The Lion's Lightning is really hard because it's unfair because it's random. Rolano's really hard to deal with because it's unfair because she input reads you. Man, I'm salty. Flame Skewer, skill of Quailing of the Fire Knights, in Wreath, Armaments, in Flame, and assume a low stance before skewering the enemy in a single motion. Strong attack unleashes a follow-up flame attack. And what about this? Opens the door to the prayer room in the house of worship found in the church district of the Shadow Keep. I haven't even been to the Shadow Keep yet. That's like an endgame area, I think. Maybe this heals you or something. This is like the second or third fire like this that I've seen. Maybe this is the Shadow Keep? I see another map right there, but I don't see a way down. Maybe there's a way down. Let me check the weather again, make sure there's not a tornado. There is not. Not yet. Hi, Bat. Is this a new camp or an old camp? I think this is a new camp. Oh god, yeah. Okay, this is... I think that's enough scatter tree fragments for an upgrade, though. Okay, let me actually clear these guys and not just kind of run past them. That's a new attack relative to... Oh god, they're coming for me. That was a... Are those like hands it's got on top? Or just bits of like wicker? Maybe I could go back to the first one, see how I do? The first big fire guy? Wow, twice. Two more. Still hasn't up to 3. By the utmost. That's for the fire guy. I don't know if I'm even... It's probably possible to kill these guys, but when I fought it at the base level at least, I was doing so little damage that it was just hopeless. And now that I have 7 Scatter Tree Blessing upgrades, I'm hoping that it'll be better. Oh, hi, where'd you come from? He's like, you see how long I'm staggered for? It's like a full second. Get staggered. Game. Okay, never mind. Never mind. You don't want me to fight them. I get it. Let me go see what's over here before I fight the fire guy. There seems to be some sort of lake. This area is pretty. Damn. What is that? I wonder if that's a boss or just a kind of like a roaming mini boss. I doubt there's anything around the perimeter, but just to double check. Okay, this is probably a boss. Ralva the Great Red Bear. This is probably, I wonder if it's, oh, okay. Like, look how much damage that did. Is that reasonable? These, okay, these animations are a little, jank. They kind of don't have appropriate transition frames. He doesn't have that much health, though. Oh, that's a grab. You know, maybe what I hate about those big attacks is, like, it's not just that I'm punished for the damage, like, I lose my ability to heal from it, too. Because of how long you're stalled for. Like, right there I had one because he just ran away. That was my bad. My bad on that one. Should have seen that coming. Is there even any point in healing this? What's this now? I'm super fucked because one hit kills me anyway. That was new. For our first attempt, that wasn't bad, though. Especially if I can find some opportunities to pull out the Black Flame. Let's use this early. The tongue guy was here in the Fog Rift Fort, just north-left of Castle Ensis. You get there from High Road Cross. Okay, so that's not instant. There's like a shockwave time to it. Good. Thank you for still watching when I'm being such a salty lad. That one looked different for some reason. Bad heal. That was my fault. My fault. Thought I had time to heal and still dodge. That attack, it just feels janky to me. Many of these animations, like the character doesn't really move believably at that speed. You know, there ends up being like a frame in between all these hits. Good black flame damage on that. What? That was a different follow-up. That was not the fourth hit. What was that? I guess it's phase 2, so he's doing some new things, but... I'm out of black flame. It's not good. I didn't like fighting that was it. Fuck you, Miyazaki. Go to hell. It buffered an input which led to two additional hits. And because the DLC is so poorly balanced, it 3-shot me from full health. That was 100%... No, that's not true. That was 1/3 my fault because of the first hit. And then 2/3 the game's fault for buffering the input for the other 2 hits. That's not fair either. That's not very much of a wind-up for dealing a not insignificant amount of damage either. Half my health bar. So you just... That's too much damage for a 0 wind-up attack. That's too much damage, Miyazaki. That's a new attack. Wow, that was a lot. Pelt of Ralva. The Pelt of Ralva, the Great Red Bear, worn upon the head without modification. Enhances incantations of what is jokingly called Bear Communion. This untreated hide worn at the end of a bloody bout is just the thing to make a wild bear out of a warrior. Like, that fight wasn't even that bad, it's just like... I guess it's not fundamentally different from some of the other, you know, fights where you just have to learn the attack tails. It's just those animations, to me, they don't really match with how I would expect the character to move. It's like there's this big, massive, hulking bear, but it can wind up and then snap back down and hit you in literally 1 or 2 frames for some of these attacks. Obviously, you have to make the sweeps fast just to make them, you know, reasonably challenging to actually dodge. It's just... It's the same thing I felt with the Rune Bears. I felt like maybe their animation needed a little more work or something. What does that look like if I wear it? The Pelt of Ralva. Maybe I'll wear this one for a while. But let's head back. I can probably level up. I don't think I have enough Scatter Tree Blessings for another upgrade. But I'll find out. No. I do definitely have enough for a level up, though. You know what I want to do? I want to go back to the first one. Try it a few times. The first big fire guy. Give it a few attempts. If it's reasonable, I'll keep trying. If not, I'll give up. Let's put on my enormous Flame Drake Talisman. And away we go. I fought this guy at the start of the DLC. I wasn't dealing remotely enough damage. Well, that dealt quite a lot less now. That's good. Can you fucking let me move for 1 second? good. I'm still not doing very much, though, at all. I think the improved input latency is helping a lot here. Okay, so that still hits you even if you dodge through it. That's good to know. What's your game plan here? That attack I actually did see coming. I just messed up the timing. Yeah, I'm still just doing no damage to this thing at all. With sufficient Black Flame, eventually I could kill it. Like, I am damaging it, but this is just insane. Now I have my enormously boosted fire resistance talisman. It did boost it. I forgot that he can do a double hit. Really? That still hit me? Yeah, okay, you can't dodge that. At least, or if you can, it's like a frame perfect dodge. It didn't play the sound effect. I don't know about this level scaling you've done here, Miyazaki. I have fucking 7 Scatter Tree, Erd Tree Blessings on like level 190. Oh, he finally fell down. Oh shit, where's the front? Come on. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. So you just have to stagger him like 3 times, I guess? Maybe if this doesn't work, I come back with more Black Flame, and I come back with a talisman that makes you, deal more, like, poise damage. Yeah, you can't dodge that, so that's just a hit. I guess you can maybe run away on the horse. Okay, I think you do need to run away on the horse. On foot, it's not fast enough. He's got, like, fire giant, like, faces on his legs. Yeah, so you have to stagger him 3 times. Yeah, okay, so you can get away from that. Good. Unlikely I beat him this time, but I know how to now. I mean, if I can get one more, if I can go for a bunch of jump attacks. Mess that up. Come on. Come on, how many hits? I've hit it so many times! Is its posture bar broken? That was more hits than the other staggers, and half of them were jump attacks. What the fuck, Miyazaki? Just show me the meter. That one makes me salty. That should have staggered him. That was a lot of hits. Unless he recovers posture like insanely quickly or something, but there's no indication of that, so if true, then I have no way of knowing that. Oh, I need to drink my physic here. I think I'm dead. Well, not dead, but... Oh, I actually got away from that, shockingly. I told Torrent to run and it didn't buffer the input. Oh god. I'm a little surprised that worked, to be honest. Oh yeah, okay, so see how fast I'm breaking him now? Wait for stamina. This guy's really cool, though. Stagger! That was pretty clutch, actually. Now, unfortunately, my buff has run out, so I think I need to... I'm gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Maybe his stagger bar works differently. Maybe it's like not based on real posture damage and it's more like just how many hits you get or something. Because I feel like I'm like staggering him more when I just wail on him. Why am I having so much trouble with this now? Oh my god. There we go. That's fine, that all went on torrent. Early. Okay, that's 2, I think. Please stagger. Whoops. Heal up. Oh, I really want to kill this guy. Let's go. That is insane. Deflecting hard tier and furnace visage. Okay, that was worth it. What did I get? Enhances spontaneous guard. What's a spontaneous guard? A crystal tier forms slowly over the ages where the scattered sap of the scatter tree pools deep within the furnace golems. Furnace golems, that's what they're called. Damage negation and guard poise will be heightened in the moment immediately after assuming a guarding stance. Successfully executing a spontaneous guard will also strengthen guard counters. This sounds like what people were talking about. This is kind of like a perfect parry, which they're calling a spontaneous guard. What about this? A smaller imitation of the furnace golem's visage. Exceedingly rare to find. A stone, it's a crafting material. A stone mask surrounded by curled horns depicting the fell god of fire that haunts the sagas of the horn scent. So now I can probably kill the other guy too. Cool. Look at it just smoldering on the ground here. Okay, well, let's head back up then. I think I'm going to call the stream there, though. I'm quite hungry. I've been going almost 4.5 hours. And I'll plan to start next time probably by tackling the fire guy. This is the wrong one, though. So, this one. Tackling the other fire guy, and then I guess continuing north. I wonder if I've played enough now to watch other people. Because presumably people will start going up in this direction, and at this point I've done a lot of this. I could probably watch someone's playthrough for a little bit. Anyway. Sorry for all the salt today. I'm going to keep saying that every stream, and I'll continue trying to be less salty. We'll see whether I'm successful. Made some progress today, though. That's true. It's a big DLC. I know it'll take me a while to get through. Anyway, have a good evening.